live stream. All right, just sit tight, and it looks like we're about to get started.
All right, from the Philippines, we have Thornton Quinny Lu Sayen coming up on the mat. There's our first yell of this competition.
You're going to be expecting a lot more.
A lot more.
Wow.
Solid landing.
Concl by man. Tornado into a gainer.
Gainer.
It's a butterfly landing. Another tornado. That's the end of his Nandu section, so we should be expecting some great Nanguan combinations now. So much power, Kyle.
Yeah, and Alan, as you can see, like what I mentioned earlier here, is the power exertion is really what separates, you know, the Southern styles.
Great performance from Philippines.
That was a very clean performance, solid landings, good staff work.
Yes, very, very confident footwork, solid landings. He couldn't ask for much more.
Yeah. Great start for the first day.
Yes.
Final score, 9.606.
9.606.
Wow, that's a very strong score, Kyle.
For Thornton from the Philippines.
Final score for athlete number 3, 9.606. He scored 2.606.
All right, up next, we got Macau.
Up next, we have Donghae Yoon from Korea.
Wow, great start.
Very powerful opening.
Strong start.
His first Nandu. Wow.
Solid landing.
Kong Bai Lin. 540. Nice. All solid landings. Korea is always a top contender.
They train very hard. And you can always tell their training shows when they come out here on the carpet.
His final pass. Let's see if he can finish strong. Very nicely done.
Clean finish. And that was Dong Hae-yun from Korea.
Yeah, one of the great things about being here early was that we got to see all the athletes warming up and preparing the days before the competition. And we got to see Dong Hae actually practicing his Nandu, and he was definitely sticking all of them during practice. And it definitely showed here.
For sure. It's great to see these athletes, you know, stick their solid landings and show how much hard work that they put into this.
Final score, 9.65.
9.65. That's a
2.65. Heat number 8. Macau. Athlete number 9, prepare.
All right, our next athlete is from Macau. We have Zhenhua Huang.
Athlete number 6.
Ooh, great opening.
very great
Very
show
s-
of strength. And a toss.
Toss.
Wow.
And he caught it. That's great.
Setting up for his Nandu. 540. Solid landing.
Gainer.
Backflip to butterfly stance. Tornado to gainer. Stuck the landing. It looks like he's finished with his Nandu, and now we start with the action. Wow. So much power. definitely a top contender.
That was a great performance. Very solid landings, very clean movement.
So Kyle, when we talk about Nandu, what exactly do we mean?
So Nandu refers to the difficulty movement. So we've got different degrees of movement that we can use in our Nandu, and they have a certain point range. So there's a various different kinds of movements that you can use, you know, for your forms, and you can put them in there as you please. But there are a certain set, and you will, you know, provide that list to the judges ahead of time, so they know what you're going to be doing for your competition.
Yeah, so talking about Nandu, that's our C group that you might see in the scorecards. It's out of 2 points, and each kick and each jump has its own assigned score, and then they can have connection codes for their landings. So when we're talking about their landings, typically you'll see for Nantren horse stance landings or butterfly landings.
All right, next up we have a athlete from Brazil, Rafael Viana dos Santos.
Great opening. Stuck the landing. Great.
So far, good solid landings.
One of the things that I love about Nangun is you can definitely see all the power that they have whenever they're controlling the staff, but you can also see their precision.
My favorite part about watching Nanguan is, you know, their power in the staff. You can see the staff wiggle at the end.
It's definitely a very strong performance.
So we got our athlete from Brazil here waiting for his score.
And on deck we have
Athlete number
Ahmed Mustafa Hafez Mohammed from Egypt.
he scored 2.5.
All right, Brazil, 8.956 for Rafael Viana dos Santos. Up next, we have Egypt, Ahmed Mustafa Hafez Mohammed.
opening.
Strong power in that opening.
Jump outside. Backflip to butterfly stance.
Ooh. Almost lost that balance, but he caught it.
Alright, that's the end of the Nandu section. And here we go. Nice tornado fall. Into a kip up. That's the first one we've seen today.
They're very clean too.
Finishing up his final section.
Unique finish.
Yes. Great finish to Egypt. That's the one thing that we were talking about earlier. They each have their little flavor.
Yeah, I love looking at everyone's different style here.
Athlete number 1102. Final score 8.193. T score 2.393.
Looks like we had a few deductions on his Nandu. But he should still be proud of his performance. That was a great performance from Egypt.
It was great.
All right, next up, who do we have? Kyle?
All right, up next we have another athlete from Macau.
Macau,
We have
China.
Macau, China, Ching-O Chan.
We already saw one athlete. Let's see what flavor he brings to the table today.
Great staff work in the start.
All right, here we go. First Nandu. Wow.
Wow.
Amazing. He definitely rotated 720 for that. Whoa. Very clean.
He's got great rotations, solid landing.
Great. Wow. So much height on that.
The
one.
height on that was great. But yet still a clean fall.
Very strong stance to finish. Held that. Great. Wow. Amazing.
That was a very great performance. Clean staff work, solid stances.
Yeah.
great rotations on those jumps.
Entry number
9.723. Wow, that's an amazing score. Putting him in first place right now.
So we have Concl Chan from Macau, China, currently holding the first place for men's Nanguan on day 1 of our 16th World Wushu Championships.
And we see him wearing a set of white silks, the color often associated with Tai Chi, but we also see a lot of athletes wearing more decorated uniforms and whatnot. Mario, do you know if there's any uniform requirement that they're required to wear, or if they're allowed to wear certain things and not others?
There's some basic requirements for the overall uniform, but it's really up to each person's interpretation. Like, there's some commonality between the overall design of the uniform, but other than that, it's up to each individual athlete to really just demonstrate, uniqueness. There we see a little bit of a stumble on that balance. Chris, that's going to cost him some points. Now, when we talk about losses of balance, which is generally one of the major deductions that you see in this division, it's generally when the torso sways in both directions. So any lack of stability demonstrated is going to definitely cost points.
For those of you watching at home, once we get the deduction codes up, the loss of balance codes are going to be typically in the teens. Leg techniques will be in the 20s, while our jumps will be in the 30s. We're seeing the cloud hand movement, where the palms are expected to stay within eyebrow height and in front of the body without any jerky movement. He's setting up for a jump. Jump outside.
There you see the landing foot hopped, Chris. He's got to be able to land that without any additional support. No hops, no skips. That's going to cost him points as well. The challenge with a lot of these difficulty jumps is once you land them, if your foot shuffles, there's no way to be able to gauge your degree of rotation. That's how much you rotated in the technique. And so it essentially nullifies all of the points that you could collect for that technique.
Mario, if I'm going to be doing one of these jump kicks, is it expected that my foot reach a certain height?
There is. For the majority of these techniques, they have to be at least shoulder level, and predominantly the leg has to be straight. Any little deviation from that could cost you some points.
For those of you at home, I want you to imagine jumping off one leg, kicking with it to at least your shoulder height, and then landing on it, and perhaps even going to a squat. And you'll see exactly the degree of difficulty that these athletes are facing. The level of athleticism here is nothing short of phenomenal. Looks like we may have our scoring up now. It looks like we're moving on to a Canadian athlete, Murray Chung, very experienced athlete. See Murray starting off with a series of balance and kicking techniques. So far looking very good.
Jump front stretch kick. Unfortunately, that other leg touched the ground, so that's additional support. That's going to cost him some points.
Now we see him moving into the more traditional movements, combination of palm and fist techniques. For those of you at home, despite its slow movements, Tai Chi is actually a fighting and martial art. Of course, for combat purposes, you'd be doing these movements much quicker. Setting up his next jump. Look like a jump front kick into a jump outside kick. And a retreating palm sequence. Another jump.
Slight loss of balance on that landing, Chris. That's unfortunate. All these balance, slight deductions add up. That's at least a 0.1 deduction for all these. And particularly when these losses of balances occur in the middle of executing a jump, that has potential to take deductions on the jump as well.
So we're compounding our deductions. To review for those of you at home, we're looking at 3 sets of score ranges. The quality of movement, that would be like your basic stances, techniques that are more found in the martial arts. That's worth 5 points. The overall performance, that would be more or less the individual flavor of the techniques. And finally, the degree of difficulty, only worth 2 points, but perhaps what makes or breaks some of these competitions, that would be the spectacular jumps and low balances. Typically at this level, you're expecting to see pretty much a perfect A-level score, perhaps even perfect C-level, and then sometimes D-level can be the distinguisher of who's on the podium and who is not. have to say, though, Murray is rock steady with his stances and is just beautiful flowing movement, keeping it together.
Stand by for Murray's score. Final score for Murray, 8.646. There we see the deductions. He had 2 deductions for his jumps. Loss of balance. Currently putting him in 4th place. Just a recap on scores. Nicholas from Indonesia currently sitting at a 9.636. Sammy Hui from Hong Kong, China with a 9.44. David De Maria from Italy with a 8.96. Nelson Bentes from the Netherlands with a 6.383. And Murray Chang with an 8.646. And up next, we have our Southeast Asian Games gold medalist, Ho Se-jeng Yu-wong from Brunei. He just comes off a gold medal finish back in May. I'm sure he's eager to try to get that gold medal in this championships as well. We'll have to see how he places. You can see the height and just flawless execution on that landing. Very controlled.
And you can just see the focus and determination on his face.
There he's setting up for his next jump. Jump front kick into a jump outside. Perfect landing in that split.
This is a man who's wanting to continue his momentum from his last win and bring it here today in Fort Worth. He keeps changing his rhythm and speed, keeping it interesting and showing that he is in full control of himself.
See his balance. Going into a back-to-back balance sequence. This is really difficult to execute. You have to consider the amount of time that he has to hold that balance, particularly when changing his height level. Going from a full squat to standing is very difficult.
This man didn't come to compete, he came to demonstrate.
He very well could take that gold. We'll have to see how this pans out. I don't know, Chris. He's got to beat a 9.636 to take first place. I think he might have done it.
They are coming out strong very early on this morning. It may be warm here in Texas, but I have got chills, Mario.
Final score at 9.736, putting him in first place. Perfect jump sequence, no deductions, perfect Group A score. He's got full 5.0. Chris, 9.736 is going to be very difficult to beat. Now there's still room though. You still have your silver and your bronze medalists coming up back from the Southeast Asian Games. I'm sure they're eager to try to top that 9.736. We'll have to see how that pans out. And up next is Omar Avina Mendez from Mexico. He sets up for his first sequence, jump front kick to a jump outside kick. We'll have to see how the judges judge that rotation. He sets up for his next jump inside kick. Unfortunately, slight loss of balance there. Bit of a hop.
Not one to be discouraged. You can most certainly see that he's just moved on from this mistake and is bringing his A game to all his traditional movements. Seeing a little bit of Sun style and then moving into perhaps what's chin. Of course, we see the blocking and punching, the martial aspect of Tai Chi, moving into the cloud palm, traditionally a block or an arm bar. We want these techniques around eyebrow height and preparing his next jump.
Now, Chris, we had a field of 27 competitors, and I already see at least 3 athletes that have dropped out. I'm curious if they either missed their division or weren't here, or if they're strategically waiting, saving their energy for their next event, looking at the field of competitors.
Of course, there's so much strategy that goes on to these things behind the scenes.
Jump inside kick.
These athletes just show amazing endurance. When you think about keeping your thighs parallel and moving from stance to stance, you really have to think about just how much strength this takes. Not only cardio, but just muscle endurance. And then you add the dynamic jumping and squatting and balancing, and these guys are truly world-class, best in their game.
Yeah, that's a good call out, Chris. When they're moving from technique to technique, they have to hold a horizontal posture without raising and lowering their level. And so you have to imagine the amount of fatigue that goes on in their quads and hamstrings to then have to execute a jump and land and use all of those leg muscles to control the balance. It's really difficult. Standing by for Omar's score. Final score for Omar, 8.440. Currently putting him in 6th place. There we see a couple of deductions for losses of balance. We see some losses on the jumping techniques.
Of course, the 30 being frequently a kick below the shoulder level. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now it looks like we have our athlete from Macau, China.
Now, Chris, currently Brunei is holding strong with a 9.736 first. Second is holding with a 9.636, and third is a 9.446. I think there's still a lot of room for a lot of these athletes to climb into the leaderboard.
But it is very tight at the top, I must say. 9.736, truly a phenomenal score.
That's going to be the one to beat. That is a really difficult score. That means not just execution, but that's flawless jumps, everything. That has to be the whole package.
Perfect A and C scores and an extraordinarily high B score, the total package. First we see our athlete completing his first major jump technique. Perhaps a little bit of a loss of balance at the end, but recovered very quickly.
He controlled it really well. We're gonna have to see how the judges score that. But that's how you want to do it. If there is a mistake, you want to be able to at least control, right? Avoid that swaying in two opposite directions.
Exactly, sway in one but not the other, and it looks like you may be safe.
It's a good recovery. Now, the overall quality of movement judges may look at it as still a mistake, but it's not going to be penalized as heavy. Jump front kick into a jump outside.
Now we're hearing the music play while they execute their routines, Mario. Do you know if this is music that the athlete himself picks out, or is this something that's provided by the competition venue and then they have to work around it?
It is. So it's up to each athlete to come up with their own music. And what you'll see is actually a lot of athletes time their movements to the music beats. So you'll see a lot of the explosive portions of the form pick up with the tempo of the music, which adds another level of complexity. That means you have to stay on time to the music. So if you fall behind at any point in time, it's going to be very obvious based on the music tempo. There he sets up for his balance.
Ground level outside crescent kick being executed. Definitely seeing his martial intent. We're seeing the punches, the open push palms, hooks. moving without a shake, just as smooth as he can.
Solid overall performance from Koi Sin Wong from Macau, China. We'll just have to see how this pans out, Chris. I still think there may be a slight deduction somewhere in there. But again, we still have a pretty big gap between first to third. So there's still a chance he could make it into the top 3. We've got a 9.446 holding on to that third spot. And he does it. 9.563 is good for third place. There was a slight loss of balance deduction, so that did cost him a point. Still good for a 9.563.
And it looks like athlete from Chinese Taipei is next. You know, the athletes came out strong, but now even if we move in, we see that anybody can bump into the top 3 at any point. There's truly so much drama here in this competition. Of course, we see the athletes traditionally beginning their routines by raising their hands and then dropping them while dropping their stance. Tai Chi is often referred to as one of the internal martial arts, focusing on internal energy rather than external speed and power. So we see them focusing that energy every time they drop down.
Chinese Taipei always brings really strong athletes. Yue Chen.
And you can see that immediately from his first movements.
Absolutely. Jump front kick to a jump outside kick. Solid landing into that split.
Moving on to some more traditional, we saw the single whip, often associated with Yang style Tai Chi. Of course, we're seeing the brush knee push palm, but with a Wu style palm pointing outwards, and now more the traditional Yang. Controlling a variety of his speed, fast, slow, controlling the pace. You know, we're looking at somebody who may be in the top 3 again, Mario. You just don't know.
Jump front kick into a single leg balance. There was a small deviation. Again, we'll have to see if how the judges score it. And that's the thing about this from a judging perspective, Chris. At least 2 judges have to agree that they saw the deduction. The way that the scoring system works is the judges click a button, and it has to be timed within a number of seconds within when that deduction was made. If at least 2 judges do not agree, then the deduction doesn't stick. So you have to have a keen eye for a lot of these movements. And when you consider the vantage point that each judge has as well, that has a lot to do with how the athletes also may be able to execute it. Some deductions may be more obvious than others.
You know, Mario, when I was a younger man, I competed in the martial arts myself, and I remember the judges being on all 4 corners, so you really wanted to play to them. But it looks like now the judging has moved to the front, so we're seeing a lot of the action, I believe, that's more forward-facing.
Yeah, Chris, I don't want to date myself, but I remember those days very well.
Well, there are no karate gis and paper scoreboards here, Mario. the completion of another strong performance. Chinese Taipei.
We'll stand by for his score. Now, Chris, I can see our next athlete warming up on the sidelines. I think we might have someone who might be able to take the top 3. Our next athlete is from China. Final score, 9.640, good for second place. We do see that same loss of balance deduction, but otherwise, really strong performance. That's good enough for second place at the moment.
Of course, as our next athlete walks onto the floor, all eyes are on China. Looks like this athlete has been training for 23 years. I would gather most of his life. He seems to be a young man.
Now remember, first place is 9.736. That is a very strong score to beat.
I have a feeling if it's going to be broken, it may be broken soon. This athlete is a national Wushu Tai Chi champion, 2016. All-around Tai Chi champion from China as well.
Flawless jumps and landing. That's textbook execution right there. Now, Chris, you can just see in the stepping how much control there is. It's almost like he's in slow motion, even moving from step to step, transitioning. His movement, timing, speed is all maintained.
Been told that a lot of the Tai Chi athletes, when they're performing their movements, they want to almost imagine like they're being pulled from all ends and they're trying to pull their limbs back together. Going into our balance.
Single leg balance. Foot gets inserted behind the supporting leg. Back to another balance, back to back.
Showing a mastery of himself and this craft. It's always an attention getter to see these athletes break their calm with a sudden flurry of fast movements.
Goes. He's setting up for something big. Jump front stretch kick into a single leg balance.
You know what we saw from that, Mario? Not only did he execute that technique effortlessly and mournfully, but he saved it for the middle of his routine. You know, a lot of these athletes want to throw their really difficult stuff at the beginning while they're still strong and fresh, but this man, he's showing that he can keep it going all throughout. Lightning fast outside crescent kick. .736 is the score to beat. 9.840. My breath is taken away, Mario.
There's your leader, ladies and gentlemen. Xiang Chenlu from China, 9.840. That's going to be very difficult to beat.
If anybody is taking bets, ladies and gentlemen, that might be it. Of course, we have an athlete from Singapore, China coming up. Always a strong country for martial arts and Wushu and Tai Chi as well.
With that 9.840 score, that pushes Brunei down to second with a 9.736. Yu Wei Chen from Chinese Taipei with a 9.640. There's still room to break into the top 3.
But it is becoming a very elite club very quickly. But we just saw a phenomenal jump, excellent height, kick to the forehead, landing flawless. Interesting about this athlete, I see he's the 2021 IWF Wushu Taolu Virtual Competition Champion. No doubt we're all thankful to be out of lockdown, but virtual competitions do harken us back to the time of COVID. And there were quite a few online competitions where the traditional and ancient most certainly meets the modern.
Goes into a single leg balance. Really difficult, requires a lot of flexibility to keep that foot off of the carpet.
Of course, as it stands now, we have China, gold, Brunei with silver, and Chinese Taipei with bronze. He's going to have to break a 9.640 to be in the top 3. For those of you wondering at home with the circular open hand techniques, these were often joint locks and deflections. Tai Chi is more of an art based upon deflection and redirecting your opponent's energy rather than brute force. Strong performance from Singapore.
Yeah, from this point out, Chris, to break into that top 3, it's really what else the athlete brings into each routine. Power, speed, endurance. All those little bits add up to the overall performance score, which is really what they're going to need to overtake the top 3.
That's true. At this point, it's all about the B score, ladies and gentlemen.
Standing by for Jun Kai Chan's score. Final score, 9.283. It looks like he missed his first couple of difficulties. Unfortunately, that cost him a good number of points. Out of a 2.0, he scored a 1.55. So those were significant jumps that he missed, or balances, putting him in 7th place.
Of course, now we have an athlete from Korea coming up. I had the opportunity to watch some of them warming up and practicing yesterday, Mario, and all I can say is, wow.
The Korea team always fields a really strong field of athletes. Over the last couple of years, they've brought on some really strong competitors. They've been doing really well in the medal standings and other championships and events around the world. You know, they're very frequent active competitors in the world stage.
At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we're more than halfway through our first bout of the morning, men's Tai Chi. The score to beat is 9.8. I'm sorry, 9.840. Already see we've got a very strong athlete here. Just wonderful posture. Excellent height. Landing. Jump slap kick to jump outside. Flawless. Now into the cloud palms. Single whip. Oh no. Snake creeps through the grass. I believe it's that technique, Mario. Drop stance into a front bow stance. Showing off his flexibility and strength. To parting the wild horse's mane. Again, we're looking at that bow stance. We don't want that shin going past the toe. Showing it left and right. And a back fist technique.
Setting up for his next difficulty technique. Jump front kick to a single leg balance.
Once again, we're looking at definitely somebody near the top. Beautiful. Jump stretch kick. These competitors show just how difficult it is not just to be a competitor, but to be a judge. These gentlemen are just at the top of their game. It'd be so difficult to make that choice with the numbers. Combination balance.
Front sweep to round out his routine. That's a very difficult technique.
course, the drama here continues in Fort Worth. We're looking at anybody who could be in the top 3 at any moment. It seems we have such a strong lineup of men's Tai Chi athletes. They started off strong and they've been keeping it up. At this point, to get gold, you expect perfection.
Eagerly awaiting that score, Chris. Now, this event is not over. We still have a lot of really top athletes from all over the world.
I'm looking at the lineup. I see Hong Kong, Korea, Japan still on the list. Chinese Taipei.
A little bit of deliberation from the judges. Final score for Hyunggi-an, 9.753. That's good enough to put him in second place. That gap between the top 3 athletes just keep getting smaller and smaller.
We're truly seeing the top of the game here today, Mario. Of course, for those of you tuning in, we're at the men's Tai Chi. Tai Chi, a traditional Chinese martial art. The fast jumping, spinning movements that you would see in long fist or southern styles.
Our next athlete is Chung Hae.
Starting off with the traditional raising hands and then dropping down, sinking his energy and rooting himself and preparing for what is to come. It's like we're starting off with a part the wild horse mane, typically done into a bow stance. Again, we're looking for a low thigh and a shin that's straight up. We don't want that knee beyond the toes.
Chris, Hong Kong, China has always fielded really strong Tai Chi athletes. I'm sure Chong Hae-young has a shot at the top 3. We'll have to see how the judges see it. Jump front kick into a jump outside. Huge jump. Perfect landing in that split.
And you'll notice what he did is most of the athletes are starting from a relatively high stance into their first Nandu or difficulty. He started from a drop stance, adding to the difficulty, and I think sending a signal to the judges that this is somebody you want to pay attention to.
Yeah, at this point, they've really got to pull out all the stops. I mean, at this point, there's nothing to lose. Our top 3 athletes so far, we're looking at a perfect A score, which is the overall quality of movements. So the individual martial techniques that the judges are looking for, perfect execution on the difficulties. So it's really that overall performance that's going to get you into the top 3.
You know, it's only worth 3 points, but we're seeing athletes who are pulling in 2.8 points, so on. So just near perfection while having perfect scores in A and C. Setting up for another jump.
Jump front stretch kick, perfect balance. That's how you want to execute that technique.
Making the difficult look easy. Showing that he is a contender, Chong Hae-young, Hong Kong, China. There's a variety of martial techniques and stances, but you've really got 5 major stances in the Chinese martial arts, those being horse stance, bow stance, empty stance, drop stance, and rest stance. Each with its own requirements for competition, and each must be executed flawlessly. From there, we look at posture, we look at speed and power. Top-notch performance.
Yeah, I really didn't see any mistakes in that routine. We'll have to see how the judges score the overall performance. I mean, we're looking at a strong top 3 standings, really strong scores. And he takes second place, 9.756. Perfect A score, perfect C score. Overall Group B score of 2.756.
Dreams are being made and hearts are being broken. The top 3 just keeps changing.
Yeah, this is just raising the overall level of difficulty and stress. I mean, if I was an athlete, I mean, at this point, it's beyond just even making a mistake. You have to really bring it.
So it looks like now we have Etienne Nguyen from France. One thing that stands out to me with these athletes and their accoutrement, if you will, are the martial arts shoes. You know, I think with a good martial arts shoe, we're looking for something light, flexible. Most importantly, at least from my experience, is avoiding a raised hill. Having a flat surface to be on really helps you with your jumps. There's a raised hill, you're giving up a little bit of that calf mobility for your jumping ability. First jump. Looks like flawlessly executed.
Now, Chris, just to give you an idea of how tight this competition is, our previous second place and our current second place was differentiated by a 0.003 of a point. I mean, that's tight. You really have to be just flawless in your execution of every technique. Putting that little extra oomph on every jump might mean the difference between placing in the top third or coming up empty on the medal standings.
Of course, these judges are truly showing their expert eye in distinguishing from all these minutiae of details and techniques.
Jump inside kick to a single leg balance, slight loss of balance there.
Going into another balance behind the leg. And combination into a kick. Showing some traditional Tai Chi postures here. Always amazing. You may only have a set number of traditional techniques, but these athletes are truly employing them in countless combinations. The creativity, the strength, the agility, something truly to behold and take in. Seeing a Sun-style Tai Chi posture there with the raised toe on the back. Sun-style called open and close Tai Chi because the stances always open up and then the back foot drags in to close the position. And now Etienne awaits his score.
We're a little more than halfway through this field of men's Taijiquan on the morning session at the 16th World Wushu Championships. Final score, 8.926.
Ah, see, that loss of balance costed him, but you know, it's still a great performance by Etienne Nguyen.
There are a couple of deductions in his C score. Overall, Group B score 2.326. That's the big differentiator. Our next athlete is Ruvims Blats from Latvia.
doing a good job of stringing his traditional postures together. Single whip, brush knee, push palm, all added very smoothly.
First jump front kick to a jump outside.
Now Mario, did that jump front kick look like it was shoulder height?
It's difficult to gauge from this side. I'm looking at the rotation. That might have been a little bit short. It's hard to tell. That's another thing about this division, Chris. You know, you really can't leave any doubt in the judge's mind. You definitely don't want to leave it in their hands, so it has to be very obvious. If they question it, they may just deduct it.
It's not about meeting expectations, it's about exceeding expectations at this point, Mario.
Setting up for his next difficulty. Jump inside to single leg balance. He lost his balance there. That's going to cost him a point.
It's like we're looking at a code 70.
Preparing for a single leg balance. That rear foot goes behind the supporting leg. It's really
so close. We see a green uniform with very few designs on it. I remember just 5 or 6 years ago, everything was covered in sheets sequins, and it seems we're now moving away from that back to a minimalist approach. So 60-40 stance or half horse stance. Moving through, keeping his head level. Showing off his A-score abilities to the judge. And a performance, no doubt, that the Latvian athlete can be proud of.
We'll stand by for a score.
And we saw that his routine was...
Final score 7.606. We see a couple of loss of balances. Chris, there's your call out. The kick was below shoulder level.
Next we have Japan coming up. Very seasoned athlete, Tomohiro Araya. Looks like he's been competing for quite some time. He started long fist when he was 7 and moved on to Tai Chi at the age of 9. Experience everywhere from the 2018 19th Asian Games in Jakarta, competing in Russia, China. Again, another top-level athlete. Now these routines, we see them clocking in at around 3 minutes and, 40 seconds, 3 minutes and 50. It looks like our maximum time limit here is going to be 4 minutes. Showing smooth low stances. Again, the judges are going to have their work cut out for them today, Mario. Setting up for his first jump. Jump slap kick, jump outside kick. Looks like he's got nothing to worry about with these deductions. He's on his A game.
He's got to do better than 9.753 to break into that bronze medal finish. Japan has a long history of really strong Tai Chi competitors from previous world championships. Tomohiro is no different.
So much talent under one roof here in Fort Worth, Mario.
And the day's just getting started, Chris. We're only on day one morning session.
He's controlling and changing his pacing, keeping it interesting. That change of speed, that's something that can really affect the overall performance of the bead score.
Harry setting up for his jump. Jump front stretch kick into a single leg balance.
Now showing some dynamism to this movement. Jump slap kick. Truly magic and chi in the air here, Mario. Of course, ending it with showing his calmness and slow movements after a flurry of speed. No shaking in those legs. Made of steel. Beautiful outstretched yang postures.
We'll stand by for his score. Again, 9.753 holds third place. Now, Chris, looking at the roster, it looks like we're down to our last 7 athletes. Now, we still have our silver and bronze medalists from the Southeast Asian Games that occurred in May of this year. I'm sure they're eager to try to do better than they did at Southeast Asian Games and climb that podium. Again, with a 9.753, that's going to be difficult, but if anyone can do it, I think those athletes might have a good shot.
This is edge of your seat Tai Chi, folks. Of course, we've seen with some of the times it takes longer to get your score, we're going to see some surprises.
Final score, 9.770, good for second place. Chris, just when you think that score can't go any higher, I mean, there you go, second place.
What are we seeing today, Mario? This is just phenomenal. They're keeping it so exciting up until the very end.
Now, Chris, this is Yuan Shuan-Tei from Singapore. He was our silver medalist in May at the Southeast Asian Games.
Mario, we're gonna have to raise the roof on this place. These scores can't get any higher.
He is a fierce competitor. And ladies and gentlemen, we're still not done. There's still a pretty stacked roster of phenomenal athletes coming up. I mean, at this point, Chris, I mean, you have to go all out.
Mario, before this, I was a long fist guy all the way, but this may have turned me, man. The excitement, the drama, we're watching. Bringing it.
Huge rotation, lots of height on that jump.
And starting it from a drop stance, starting from so low.
Yeah, gaining that momentum to get that forward movement is extra difficult. Going into his balance. Oh, Chris, that is a huge, that takes a tremendous amount of flexibility. That's what we're talking about when you're talking about differentiating your balances. The added extra amount of flexibility, control.
Going for gold with that beat score.
I mean, that's what it's going to take.
And I feel like a lot of these top athletes, they don't come here to compete. They come here to demonstrate, to say, look at me. This is how it should be done. And he is showing how it should be done.
Final difficulty right at the judges. I mean, that takes a lot of skill to be able to put one of your most difficult techniques close to the ending of your routine, right in front of all the judges' eyes. I mean, he's trying to send a message.
Tachi epic of biblical proportions.
It's in the judges' hands.
The dice have been rolled, but my lord.
Final score 9.693. Now, by itself, Chris, that is a phenomenal score, but in this field, that is currently 6th place. Perfect A score, perfect C score. That Group B score, though, 2.693. I mean, in this field of athletes, that's still a really, really strong score. Unfortunately, though, when you've got this field, you know, you're looking at 3rd place at a 9.756. I mean, I don't know. That's very difficult.
Another athlete from Latvia. Seems to be a younger competitor. Starting off into part of the wild horse's manes, left and right. Showing dexterity of both sides. I believe some of those fast shaking movements are referred to as silk rilling energy, Mario, to show your internal strength.
Kick to jump outside. Now, unfortunately, on the landing, he landed on his feet and then went down into his split. That's going to cost some points.
Unfortunate, he did have good kicking height on that leg, definitely above the shoulders.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of these athletes, flawless execution of that technique makes it look easy, but that level of flexibility that you have to land in that split is tremendous. I mean, your hip mobility and just the amount of control that you have to hold also when you land to be stable is very difficult.
And I have a hard enough time getting out of bed in the morning, Mario.
You and me both. That was Nikita Matvejevs from Latvia.
Young man, but a very strong performance, something he can be proud of.
We're down to our last 5 athletes.
Chinese Taipei up next.
Final score 7.480.
As the athlete from Chinese Taipei begins to take the carpet, I believe we're going to be in for a treat, Mario. We have one of the stronger and more well-known athletes in the Tai Chi community preparing.
Yeah, I think he's got a good shot at breaking to the top 3. Again, I mean, imagine the nerves at this point. I mean, mentally, you effectively have to come out here and just execute flawlessly. Beyond that, you've got to impress the judges.
I saw his warm-up earlier, and if anybody can bring it, I believe this athlete can. You want to talk about coordinated movements of the music? Check. You want to talk about excellent stances? Check. You can just go down the boxes and check them all for him.
Yeah, I don't think this division's done by a long shot. I think there's still an opportunity for any of these athletes to climb into a podium finish and secure a medal for their country.
The Tai Chi story unfolds in Fort Worth, Texas. Again, we're narrowing down to our last athletes, but it's anybody's game. Extraordinarily high scores, but also extraordinarily high talent here.
Setting up for his first jump technique, jump front kick to jump outside.
Yes, sir. As my grandmother would say, shoot, fire, and save the matches.
Back-to-back balances. Jump front kick into a single leg balance. So far, so good. Front sweep, blazing fast speed.
Now my question for you is, I didn't hear a slap on that front kick.
I could see it caught an angle on it. Looked like he hit it.
Very good. At this level, nobody can afford any deductions. Expecting perfection and beyond. Perfect A score, perfect C score, and a sky-high B score. Telling a story with his movements.
That was Chia Hung Sung from Chinese Taipei.
Definitely got the audience's attention. Definitely got mine.
He's got to break 9.756 to break into that podium. I don't know, Chris, it's going to be tight.
Fort Worth known for longhorn cattle, Shinerbach bill, and now world-class Taiji. 9.79. What are we watching?
Second place. Perfect A score, perfect C score, 2.790.
And you hear the audience just going wild for the Tai Chi.
That gap, Chris, is getting narrower and narrower. And up here we have Won Hee-yu from Korea. Down to our final four. Now we still have some champions in those final four. There is still an opportunity for folks to break into that top three.
Tai Chi keeping us excited to the very end.
Jump front stretch kick into a single leg balance. Now, Chris, it's been interesting to see how athletes choreograph their routines. You know, historically, there is a little bit of strategy involved with trying to put your more difficult techniques at the beginning. Of course, as you get further on in your routine, you tend to get more fatigued. And so you have a higher risk of, you know, making a mistake. But candidly, looking at this division, I mean, it's pretty been spread out. I think folks are really sending a message by placing some of their more difficult techniques closer to the middle and sometimes even towards the end of the routine to really drive that message of, right, just raising the overall level of difficulty. It's really making folks stand out, and that's really what you need to do. I mean, you're looking at a 9.77, and that's third place right now.
You can no longer afford to play it safe, Mario. You got to take those big risks at the end.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, you've just got to go big.
Fortune favors the bold, and we're seeing that here in Tai Chi. And what's more is we still have strong countries coming We're down to 3, and we have Japan, Philippines, and Malaysia. Excitement until the very end, folks, here in Fort Worth, Texas.
Standing by for Won Hee-Yu's final score. Final score, 9.736. Perfect A score, perfect C score. Again, that B score is really the differentiator. That's currently putting him in 7th place.
It's just the level is so high here. And now we have Ryo Murakami from Japan coming up. Another seasoned athlete.
I'll tell you, Chris, this is setting the bar for what we can expect to see at this World Championships. I'm very excited to see what the next couple of days hold in store for us.
What are we going to do with scores this tight and this high?
First jump front kick, into a jump outside kick. Here we see him setting up for his balance. Now you see how high that foot is above the carpet. That's where you want your foot to be positioned.
There are no mixed signals there, folks. And then connecting his balance into another balance. Again, you're seeing the level is just so high here. We're playing high stakes Texas Hold'em with Tai Chi here in Fort Worth. All these athletes are here to cash in their chips.
Athlete number 25, final score 9.75.
9.750. We're down to our final two athletes here. Have Philippines and Malaysia, both strong Wushu countries, getting ready to compete.
And then there were two.
Indeed, we're drawing near the end of our epic Tai Chi. And again, this is the first morning session, Mario, and there's been so much excitement, so much drama, so many surprises.
Huge jump front kick. You can just see the height on that
Yes,
jump.
sir. Excellent control on his landing, showing that he's here for a reason and he's got a purpose for being here.
You know, Chris, at this point, I don't know if this is easier or more difficult. I mean, you know, sometimes when you start out, you play it a little safe, you're uncertain of what to expect, you're not sure what the other athletes are gonna bring or how the day is gonna pan out for you. At this point, I mean, you just have to just go all out. Jump front kick into a jump outside.
Big air, big techniques. Effortless, smooth, flowing combinations of stances, keeping that head level. That eagle calls for a reason. Just when you thought we were perhaps nearly in, we're down to our second to last athlete, and he is bringing an extraordinarily strong performance. Low stances, high jumps, flawless execution. Hitting low-level stances, that shin straight up, not exceeding the toe. Hitting all three hand positions, palm, hook, fist. 5 major stances: horse stance, bow stance, drop stance, rest stance, and empty stance. For those of you just tuning in, Wushu is scored by a group of three scores. You've got the quality of movement. These are going to be your basic techniques in martial arts. Horse stance, punching, posture. It's worth 5 points. You've got the overall performance worth 3 points. This is going to be your speed, your choreography, things of that nature. And finally, you have your degree of difficulty worth 2 points. These are the extraordinary jumps and low balances that you're seeing. What we've been seeing today is we've been seeing perfect A scores and perfect C scores. And then the drama is sold in the B scores.
Yeah, Chris, if you're looking at just that overall B score, we've been in like the highest rating for that score range. I mean, beyond perfect, which I don't know that I've ever seen a perfect score. So this is probably as high as it can get scoring-wise. We'll stand by for Jones's final score. .286. Looks like there was a perfect A score. However, there were some deductions for difficulty movements. Looks like towards the end of his form, some of his difficulties weren't counted, giving him a C score of 1.55 out of a potential 2.0. Still a strong B score, 2.736. Unfortunately, not good enough for the top three. Still a strong score overall.
We are down to our final athlete in this Tai Chi shootout in Fort Worth, Texas. Down to our final athlete from Malaysia. Will it be a good day at the OK Corral, or will he be pushing up daisies, Mario?
So, Jiyan Tan was our bronze medalist from the Southeast Asian Games in May. So, the fat lady hasn't sung just yet, Chris.
Effortless high jump right towards the judges, showing his confidence in his technique. Opening up with a hey, look at me moment to get their attention, to let them know we've still got a strong competitor. We may be at the end, but this man may be at the top of the list.
Jump front kick to jump outside, huge jump, tremendous rotation. Jiyan has to do better than 9.77 to break into the top three.
I think at any other event that would be a gold medal score. And if you're liking the action today, please stay tuned to Wushu TV,
We'll be streaming all of the World Wushu Championship events over the coming days. We'll be back this afternoon at 2 p.m. for the afternoon sessions. And be sure to follow us on our social media platforms. You can find us on Instagram at 16th WWC, one word, to get the latest updates and action shots from the day's events.
If Tai Chi is such a calming art, then why am I so excited, Mario? I tell you,
Right up to the end.
top notch.
That was Jian from Malaysia, our final competitor in men's Taijiquan at the 16th World Wushu Championships.
And it's time to cash in all the chips.
We'll have to stand by for his score to see if he can break into the top three. 9.756. Unfortunately, not strong enough to break into the top three. But ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Chris, what do you think about today's event?
I'm going to need a break, a rest, and maybe even a nap, Mario. That was so much excitement, and we're just kicking things off, ladies and gentlemen. Phenomenal. Please join Mario and I this afternoon for men's broadsword.
It's been an exciting day, and if this is just a sign of things to come, it is going to be a very exciting World Championships. Stay tuned. We'll be back this afternoon. Time to catch a little bit of a rest, and we'll see you all this afternoon. Signing off, this is Mario Martinez.
And Chris Caldwell, y'all come back now.
And that is down on red.
Sweden.
And this round goes to Abdeslam Ahmed Mohammed El-Baton for Egypt.
Egypt is very good. Egypt very good. Okay, La? Okay. This concludes men's Taijiquan and men's 70 kilogram sanda. We now conclude session 1 of the Hengyuanxiang 16th World Wushu Championships. Judges, please rise. Judges, please exit. Thank you, judges. Our next events will reconvene at 2 p.m. In Field of Play 1 will be men's Daoshu. In Field of Play 2 will be women's Nandu, followed by women's Taijijian.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Session 1 of the HYX 16th World Wushu Championships will begin in a few moments. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the HYX 16th World Wushu Championships Men's Nanguan Victory Ceremony will now begin. Let's welcome the medalists to the podium with a warm round of applause. The medals will be presented by Mr. Gao Zidan, newly elected IWF President, President of Chinese Olympic Committee, and Sports Minister. The mascots will be presented by Mr. Anthony Go, Chairman, HYX 16th World Wushu Championships Organizing Committee, IWF Vice President. The bronze medalist representing Indonesia is Harris Horatius. The silver medalist representing Korea is Youngmun Lee. The gold medalist representing Macau, China is Chi Guo Chan. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Macau, China. Please be seated. Congratulations. Let's give another big round of applause for the medalists. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the HYX 16th World Wushu Championships Men's Taijiquan Victory Ceremony will now begin. Let's welcome the medalists to the podium with a warm round of applause. The medals will be presented by Mr. Anthony Go, IWF Vice President, Chairman, HYX 16th World Wushu Championships Organizing Committee. Mascots will be presented by Mr. Ian Lee, Vice Chair, HYX 16th World Wushu Championships Organizing Committee. The bronze medalist representing Japan is Tomohiro Araya. The silver medalist, representing Chinese Taipei, is Chia Hong. Gold medalist, representing the People's Republic of China, is Xiang Cheng Lu. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China. Please be seated. Congratulations. Let's give another big round of applause for the medalists. The upcoming competition events in session 2 will be held at 2 p.m. Hope you have a good day.
live if you need to cough or talk. I'll readjust to. And then you're not really getting any of this, so you don't have to worry about.
I think the rest of the settings are fine.
Yeah, side tone and all that kind of stuff.
Hello, how are you? Bathroom?
I lost my wife.
Never had any.
It amazes me that how many people here speak Chinese that I did not think spoke Chinese.
Like a lot of the athletes, they speak Chinese.
You know that girl that we ran into while we were looking for lunch? The small little Mexican girl? We walked that way and we were like, oh, did you just come looking for lunch too?
Yeah.
She speaks Chinese.
Wait, was she? Wait, Mexico?
The little Mexican girl, yeah, she was maybe like 13.
I ran into her too, or is it just you?
No, remember we were trying to find the lunchroom together.
Oh, she's not Mexican. I'm pretty. She's from Wang Wei's school.
What's wrong with that?
Wushu Unlimited.
Oh, really? In California?
Yeah.
She speaks Chinese.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure she's like half. I think that's his daughter.
She doesn't look Asian.
She doesn't look like white.
To me. Well,
wait, alright. Maybe if we like look up Wang Wei, and if it. Yeah, that's.
oh, I recognize that lady. I was shocked.
Session number 2 of the Wushu competition will now begin. Let's welcome the judges. Now let us introduce the Supervisory Commission, Jury of Appeals, and judges of this championship. Supervisory Committee, Chairman, Mr. Walt Missingham, New Zealand. Members, Mr. Julian Camacho, Philippines. Mr. Peter Turkovic, Croatia. Mr. David Fiegelson, United States of America. Jury of Appeals, Chairman, Mr. Sharif Mustafa, Egypt. Vice Chairman, Mr. Kim Fat Chong, Malaysia. Members, Ms. Lu Xiaolin, United States of America. Mr. Jin Xiaobing, People's Republic of China. Mr. Mohammad Reza Porgola-Minajad, Iran. Chief Referee, Mr. Su Chonglai, People's Republic of China. Assistant Chief Referee, Mr. Xiao Jiaoming, Australia. Field of Play 1, Mr. Rongjun, Head Judge, Switzerland. Judge 1, Li Minhua, Sweden. Judge 2, Teru O, Japan. Judge 3, Huang Yanhui, Macau, China. Judge 4, Nguyen Celia, France. Judge 5, Lim Kim, Malaysia. Judge 6, Tong Xiaobo, Netherlands. Judge 7, Jennifer Gu, Canada. Judge 8, Yang Chizheng, Chinese Taipei. Judge 9, Elizette Toledo, Chile. Judge 10, Wing Hong Chung, Hong Kong, China. Judge 11, Lu Guanong, Brunei. Routine Inspector, Rosalind
Worth,
Kwok,
Texas.
Canada.
We are
Field of Play 2, Head Judge, Nick Optende, Netherlands. Judge 1, Omar Rodarte, Mexico. Judge 2, Willie Wong, Philippines. Judge 3, Quang Hoi Lee, Vietnam. Judge 4, Wang Xiaona, China. Judge 5, Kyung Hee Bae, South Korea. Judge 6, Avidas Seropian, Lebanon. Judge 7, Maximilian Jokti Kobayashi, Brazil. Judge 8, Teo Soon Long, Singapore. Judge 9, Leonid Borisov, Ukraine. Judge 10, Argavan Jalali Farahani, Iran. Judge 11, Noah Barrio, Spain. Routine Inspector, Justin Eggert, USA. Field of Play 3, Head Judge, Jingwei Ma, China. Judge 1, Joanna Monika Skamila, Poland. Judge 2, Wiston Liko Winster, Netherlands. Judge 3, Michael Scholin, Sweden. Judge 4, Hua Sung Chung, Macau, China. Let's welcome the athletes. It's not on there. Athletes, please exit the ring. Okay, now what? Now what? I'm getting Judges, please sit.
If you can hear that, the crowd is already starting to get wild, showing the support for all our competitors. It's a
We've-
great atmosphere.
We've got a men's Daoshu coming up on our field next to us.
Okay, entering the field is Lara Cosa. She's a very strong athlete from Italy, but this is her first time at the World Wushu Championships. All right, and now we begin session 2, field of play 2. Wow.
It's a great, strong opening.
Yes, very strong opening. And our first Nandu.
Ooh, and she held it.
She held it. Aerial, 2 scissors stance. Concl by man. Jump outside. Horse stand. Tornado to butterfly. Wow. Very solid landings. Very clean and fierce.
It's got some strong screens there.
Yes, that's for sure. And a tornado fall to kip up butterfly.
Now, a real big essence here of Nandao and just Southern styles is exerting the power and showing how much power you have. And that includes those screens.
Wow. What a finish, Kyle.
Great finish.
Strong energy from the beginning to the end. That's exactly what you want to see, and that's what's going to get you to the top.
All right, now we await a score for Lara Cosa from Italy. On deck, we have Silvia Bencini Cruz from Portugal.
.036. A very strong score.
All right. We have Silvia Bencini Cruz from Portugal heading onto the carpet with Chong Ming Tan from Malaysia on deck.
very strong opening.
Very clean movement.
Wow, another aerial to scissor.
She held that landing.
Yep. Very, very nice. Now she just has to finish it and bring it home strong.
Finish this form the way she started. That's what we're looking for. And she pulled that off. Looking like it's a great finish.
Wow. Very solid routine.
.170 for Silvia Bencini Cruz of Portugal.
And up next we have Chong Min Tan from Malaysia. She's the tiger spirit of Malaysia. Very excited to see what she puts out on the carpet today. And on deck we have Ni Dang Tran Phong from Vietnam.
Great opening. Lots of power.
Wow.
Clean movement.
So much power. She
Nice
held that.
back flip. Perfect. Slight loss of balance. She held that one good.
All right. Time for the meat of the Nandu.
Great finish. That was Chong Min Tan of Malaysia.
Looks like she might have maybe an injury or something.
She,
She
after that first fall,
Yeah, she
it
definitely
looked like-
pushed through it all
yeah,
though.
it looked like something hurt a little bit, and you know, you see her walking right now too. Maybe something with the knee. We await her score. Still waiting on that score for Chongming Tan of Malaysia. It's like the judges still discussing something.
All right, we have 8.886 for Chongming Tan of Malaysia.
That currently puts her in second place so far. Currently first place still Italy.
And up next we have Nidang Tran Fong from Vietnam and Jianxing He from Hong Kong, China.
Great power in the beginning.
Very strong opening. And our first Nandu. All right, tornado to butterfly. Jump outside, all 540s. Jump front to single foot landing. Wow. So much power.
And clean movements. You know, this is actually her 10th year of practicing Wushu, Alan.
Wow, that's amazing.
Started in 2013, and look at her on the world stage in 2023.
Amazing. Wow. So some of the movements that we're going to be looking for in Nandao, at least from the judges, are Chantou and Guanao, which is the twining and wrapping of the sword. And that's when the sword is kept tightly around the athlete's body, wrapping to defend themselves. Wow, very strong performance.
That was great. .743, bumping her right up to the top. All right, up next, we have Jianxing He of Hong Kong, China.
And then we have Tasya Ayu Puspadui from Indonesia. Wow.
Landed that. Perfect.
A back tuck to double butterfly stance. I think that's the first one we've seen today.
That is. You can see she's exerting a lot of power there through that sword.
That's right.
Now, if you notice, the sword is, very flimsy at the end there, and that's just to show how much power these athletes are using with their movements.
Yes. One of the biggest questions Wushu practitioners get are those swords real? They're not fake, that's for sure.
That is for sure. I still wouldn't want to get hit with one of those.
Yes. You're definitely going to get more than a paper cut. Wow. Very strong finish. .480, pushing her up to second place. Very strong score.
All right. Up next, we have Tasya Ayu Puspadui from Indonesia.
And on deck, we have Jianning Wu from China.
Great power in the start.
Wow. Gainer to the double butterfly. Taking her time, getting her focus. Tornado to butterfly. Solid landing. Jump outside to Mabu. Very good. Finishing up her Nandu. She's onto her Nandao section. Let's go. Wow, look at that kip up. So easy. Wow, great finish.
I love that. Just stand up straight and straight down into empty stance.
She owned that performance, that's for sure.
Definitely. Eager to see what score she gets here.
.713, pushing her up to second place now.
And up next, now we have Jianning Wu from China. You can hear that. That's her teammates cheering her on in the back.
Great power, great opening.
China's always a very strong contender in this sport.
Wow, gainer to the double butterfly. Jump outside to Mabu, stuck that landing. Tornado to butterfly, also another clean landing.
Outside 360 to Mabu.
Clean landing. So one of the interesting things to pay attention to in Nantao and all the other southern forms are the rhythm of their feet. Wow, that was like non-stop action from the beginning to the end.
A great performance, 100%. Solid landings, clean movement, strong stances. Once again, that was Jianing Wu from China.
Looks like the judges are having some discussion over there. After Jianing Wu, we have Melissa Calderon from Argentina, and then to finish us up with this session, we have Lucy Lee from the USA. Wow, 9.806, pushing her right to the top at first place.
All right, we have Melissa Calderon from Argentina entering the carpet.
Wow, strong opening.
First jump, outside 360.
Wow, aerial to scissor stance. Tornado to butterfly. Tornado to jump front, butterfly. Great yell. See how she turns it up now. One of the biggest differences we're going to see between Nandao and Daoshu is in Daoshu you have more open-handed palms, whereas in Nandao you're going to have more tiger palms and other southern style fist movements. See how she could finish up her routine. Right, Kyle?
Correct. It's going to be a strong finish here.
There you go. Way to bring it home.
She's kept good stances throughout her routine here this entire time.
Yes. Great showing for the world stage.
for Melissa Calderon of Argentina. Up next, we have Lucy Lee from the United States.
She is our last competitor for Nandu. Let's see if she can beat that 9.806 from China.
You hear that in the background? You got the U.S. team cheering her on.
You can feel free to cheer from back home on the live stream.
Any support helps.
Very strong opening.
Great strong opening. Solid yell, solid power.
Back tuck to butterfly.
Good landing.
Very strong.
You know, on these routines, they take so much energy and stamina to be able to continue that strength through this entire form.
Yes, that's right. Wow. With so many different competitors from all over the world, you can see so many varying flavors and styles.
You know, that's what I love about this sport is that everyone adds their own unique style to their own form.
Lucy's also a veteran competitor here on the world stage too.
Finish up with that empty stance.
Very, very nice. All right, 9.73. She made it to the podium.
Puts her in third place.
Looks like we still have China at the top at 9.806.
With second place, Ni Dang Tran Fong from Vietnam. And then Lucy Lee
at 9.7.
9.73. Third place. Great job from all of the athletes.
Yes, very great showing. Everybody should be so proud that they are here on the world stage competing, showing all the hard work that they've put into these last few years.
All right, looks like we're walking out our next
Next event, Taijijian.
Taijijian. Now this is going to be very different than what we just had here for Nandu. All right, so up first for Taijijian, we have Yi Shan Lim from Brunei.
And on deck we have Trang Tan DQ from Vietnam.
Excited to see some of these Taijijian practitioners here.
That's right. And unlike the previous event, Nandu, Taijijian is going to have be accompanied with some music, which the athletes choreograph themselves to go along with the music. And you'll see it should fit very nicely with all their movements.
guy starting us off here is Taijijian.
Taiji has 5 main styles. There's Yang, Chen, Wu, Sun, and Hao.
That is correct, Alan. So the Chen style is more of the most common style that you'll see of Taiji, and that style incorporates a lot of power movements, lower stances.
Very grounded and
It is. And then we have the Yang style, which is higher stances, and it's a lot slower too, but it's also very highly practiced. The Wu style is known for higher stances. Movements come from the center, and they're going to be a little bit shorter movements. The Sun style is more unique footwork with circular movements. And we have the Hao style, which is emphasis on internal qi with subtle outer movements. So the Hao style is known to be one of the harder styles of Taiji.
very difficult. Watch carefully, you can see the energy coming from the grounded feet all the way to the tip of the jian. The jian being the straight sword that she's holding. So beautiful, but so strong.
Great balance.
Way above her shoulder height. Here comes her first jump.
And she landed that.
Some athletes will prefer to do more jumps and balances, but it looks like Yishan has a lot of very difficult balances at the beginning.
She's able to hold those. Very solid.
But that's just the beauty of the optional forms, where you can play to your advantages and play to the things that make your Tai Chi the best form of your Tai Chi. So smooth.
Solid finish.
Wow. Very solid routine.
Once again, that was Yishan Lim from Brunei. Now we await her score.
9.48. That's a very strong score and one to beat. Up next, we have Trang Tan TQ from Vietnam. SCA Games. She got 3rd place in Taijijian. So she's a veteran to the sport.
You can see she has a very controlled start. Beautiful flow.
Wow. Beautiful landing. You know, she actually started practicing Wushu in 2007.
So she's practiced for quite a while now.
Yes, I actually graduated high school in 2007. But one of the things that actually helped their Nandu is starting with Wushu, where you solidify all your jumps, all your control of your rotations.
I mean, look at that one leg balance.
Yeah, superb. In 2011, she started competing at the national level.
And here she is in 2023.
On the world stage. So controlled. So Kyle, what are we talking about whenever we are talking about these Nandu and these jumps?
So Nandu is your degree of difficulty. So we have a different set of degrees of movements that you can do to choose in your form, and that's what your judges will score you on part of it for your C score. 2 full points for that.
So each kick and each jump has a designated point score, and then they can also have the connections to those. And those are also an additional set of points.
For those of you that are new to this sport, we have the A, B, and C scoring. So A being the quality of movement, the B being the overall performance, and the C scoring being your Nandu, otherwise known as your degree of difficulty.
Wow, very beautiful finish. All right, 9.603, pushing her right up to 1st place. Up next, we have Zianzi Ning La from Singapore and Agatha Wong from the Philippines on deck. Zian was also at the SCA Games in 2021. And she was a top 5 contender in the 2023 Asian Games.
I think that definitely shows. I mean, look at her solid stances, clean movement so far.
That's right.
And if you pay attention to her fingers, she has what's called the jianzhi, which is the sword fingers. So the 2 fingers need to be together, and the thumb needs to be touching the last 2 fingers on the hand.
And if the judges see that they come apart, that can be a deduction.
That is correct.
But not in Xian's case. She is definitely a veteran at that. Wow, beautiful control.
Now, if you're not familiar with the straight sword, you'll notice that the sword is a bit flimsy and loose at the end. And the reason for that being is that it shows the power that the athletes have. You want to think of the weapon as an extension of your arm. And when you exert that power, you'll notice that that sword shakes at the end.
Yes, and sometimes you'll even hear a noise when that energy is transferred all the way to the tip. I'll tell you what, Kyle, this is definitely so mesmerizing to watch. All her movements with the music, I feel like I'm in a wuxia movie.
I feel like she has some quite unique movements,
Yes.
which makes her performance definitely, like you said, mesmerizing.
Wow, so
There we
much
go.
power.
You can see that sword shake right there, and you can hear that noise, just like we were talking about. See, Taiji has beautiful flow, but yet can be very powerful.
That's right. Grounded, flowy, but explosive. Just beautiful how she choreographed all her movements with the music and the musicality and the hits. Wow. Great finish.
Very fast at the end, showing a lot of power, but a lot of control. Once again, that was Xian Zhining Law from Singapore. Up next, we have Agatha Wong from the Philippines.
All right, 9.76. Wow, first place. Agatha is also a very, very experienced vet in the sport. She's competed multiple times at the SCA Games and Asian Games, and also at the World Wushu Championships. Wow, there's that Chen slide out, Kyle.
It's always impressive when I see athletes being able to do that. And you know, they make it look so easy.
Right. Our first Nandu jump. Jump front, jump outside. She moves with such confidence So you definitely can tell that she's an experienced vet in Tai Chi. Wow. Stuck that landing. Wow, look at that extension.
Way above her head. To a single leg balance.
Wow. So one thing about these optional forms is that they still have some required moves that all the athletes must complete and required stances.
You can tell she has really great control through her stances, through her use of the sword.
Every movement so grounded. Finish. Wow.
Nice clean finish.
I hope you're clapping at home because I'm clapping right here, Kyle. That was amazing.
Once again, that was Agatha Wong of the Philippines. On deck, we have Yu Jung Choi for Korea.
9.733. Putting her in second place. She has made it to the podium so far.
Still have a lot of competition coming up.
That's true. You know, I'm surprised. I haven't heard one repeated Taiji song yet.
That is a great thing, you know, that these athletes choose unique songs that are suited to what they want to do for their movement.
Yu Jung Choi from Korea.
One thing to note about Taiji events here is that the music not only is a great additional part to their routine, but it actually helps the athlete as well. Because these routines are a lot slower than other events such as Changquan, Daoshu, Nandao, Nanguan, these athletes use the music to focus on their timing and know where they are in their form because it's so much slower.
Wow. Sorry, Kyle. I held my breath and I forgot to breathe. It's just- Another jump. Jump
Held
front
that.
slap to a single foot landing. Music's getting dramatic. I wonder what's gonna
We
happen.
got some great power moves probably coming up soon.
Wow.
That landing. These movements require a lot of leg strength. That power in her movement, the sword.
I think that was the first front sweep that I've seen in this session, at least. A lot of people, when they think about Tai Chi, they actually think about very slow movements, but there's quite a bit of fast movements that we've seen so far, right, Kyle?
Yeah, so, you know, the great part about Tai Chi is there's slow control, but you also get those fast movements to show the power of Tai Chi. Wow, actually she's finishing up here.
Amazing.
That was a great performance. Once again, that was Yu Jung Choi of Korea. On deck, we have Vera Yenning Tan from Singapore.
.483. Placing her at 4th place.
So we currently have Singapore in 1st place, and we actually have another Singapore athlete going onto the carpet right now.
Vera Yan Ning Tan. Jump front to jump outside.
All right, going in for that one leg balance.
Wow. Way above her head.
It's really difficult to pull off that move. It requires a lot of leg strength.
Wow. She made that look so easy.
You know, Alan, I always love watching when these athletes use those power moves matching up with their music.
This fits so perfectly. Those Jan fingers you were talking about.
Yeah, so the gym finger, judges are looking out for that. If they catch those fingers coming apart, that could be a deduction.
Wow, incredible.
But she had a great finish here. Once again, that was Vera Yening 10 from Singapore. On deck, we have Arnya Ivanova of Ukraine. We're going to anxiously wait here for Vera Yening 10's score.
Well, I'm anxious, all right. 9.770, bumping her right up to first place. Wow, that was incredible.
So we had Singapore in first place, and Singapore remains in first place. All right, we have Arnya Ivanova of Ukraine walking onto the carpet.
Bless you.
Thank you. Look at her focus.
I know.
First jump,
Slap.
landed that.
Single foot. Wow. Jump front to jump outside to hurdler stance.
You can see she has great control.
I know. If there's one way I can describe it, it's poetry in motion.
You know, Tai Chi a lot of times is compared to water because water can be very smooth flowing, but at the same time can break rocks.
That's right. So be water, my friends.
Be water.
Wow.
It's way above her head. You know, these Tai Chi athletes are really showing a lot of strength in their legs.
Strength and flexibility.
A lot. And it is not easy. These athletes train constantly to get to this level.
And here comes another jump. Stuck that landing. Wow.
Here we go. All the power moves.
of the things that you pay attention to, at least from the judge's perspective, when you're doing Wushu or Tai Chi, is you look in the athlete's eyes, and you can see that she has very intentful eyes.
She's very focused.
Very focused, concentrated.
Wow, look at that ending.
And the pu bu, which is your drop stance, so low. That waist control.
Great performance from Arnya Ivanova of Ukraine. Now we await her score with Yuanying Juanita Mok from Hong Kong, China on deck.
.763, pushing her to second place.
Currently we have Singapore in first place, Ukraine in second.
Okay, up next we have Yuanying Juanita Mok, the greatly anticipated from Hong Kong, China. If you're watching at home, you're going to want to hold on to your seats.
All right, we have Yuanying Juanita Mok walking onto the carpet.
Juanita is a very experienced veteran in the sport. She's competed at a few World Wushu Championships and Asian Games as well as SCA Games.
You can tell she's practiced a lot from her movement so far. And Hong Kong is a very strong contender when it comes to Taijijian.
Wow, amazing control. Her first jump. Jump front slap, jump outside hurdlers. Wow, did she just switch her hand?
Yeah, I believe so.
You don't really see that very often, switching your hand, your dominant hand to the other one. She did it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but she kept that blade very close to the carpet. If the blade ever touches the carpet, the judges will count that as a deduction. But that's definitely not the case here.
It's all about the control of your sword.
And your dantian. definitely seeing a lot of Chen-style Taijijian movements.
Yeah, you know, the Chen style is one of the most popular styles that is practiced throughout the world. And the Chen style does focus a lot on strength, low stances, and the power.
Wow.
And you can see Juanita is definitely exhibiting that here in her form.
Wow.
But look how clean her movement is.
I love how dynamic she's moving. Slow, fast, powerful, yet still flowy and smooth.
Her transitions of switching her sword from right to left, left to right is beautiful. Beautiful performance
Yes.
from Yuanying Juanita Mok of Hong Kong, China.
From beginning to end, amazing performance.
All right, and we have Basma Lakhar from Brunei on deck. As we wait for our score here from Yuanying Juanita Mok.
Some discussion from the judges. Wow, you know what I just noticed, Kyle?
What's that, Alan?
All the scores have been in the 9s so far.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing. These are definitely the top quality athletes.
Everyone has been doing a great job, and they all have been working very hard to get to that level. Looks like there's still some discussion happening with the judges. As Juanita anxiously awaits her score. And if you're watching, we do have Field of Play 1 with men's Daoshu with our fellow commentators, Chris and Mario.
There's some pretty crazy stuff going on over there. Some people flying through the air.
That's my favorite part about Wushu competitions. People flying in the air.
Oh. And waving sharp objects
Yeah.
around the. Okay, anytime now. Wow, 9.42. Keeping the trend in the 9s. That's pretty amazing.
All right, we have Basma Lakar from Brunei.
And then Dan Dan Dai from China on deck. Oh, look at that embroidery on her silks.
A nice phoenix.
Yeah, so detailed. Wow, so low. The chin slide
Chin
out.
slide, yep. Her stance work is very controlled, very strong.
First, Nandu. Jump front slap. It's a single foot landing. Nailed it.
All right, going in for the one leg balance.
Behind the leg.
Very controlled turn.
Wow. Jump front to jump outside.
She has great height on her jumps. You notice that, Alan?
I did. And there was barely any setup for that one, which is very interesting. Caught
Which
me off
means
guard
she's
almost.
Probably had a lot of practice in this.
You know, she was actually here in the U.S. not too long ago. She was here for the World Games 2022 in Birmingham, Alabama.
And recently competed too as well in 2023 in the SEA Games in Asia.
So she's definitely an experienced vet here today. Wow, look at that balance right above the head.
You know, all these athletes are really impressive in their strength and control to be able to do that hold. Great power, great control in her stances.
Wow, so, that poo-poo was so low. Looked like her whole leg was on the carpet.
Solid finish. Once again, that was Basma Lakar from Brunei. Now we'll wait for her score.
9.22, putting her at 9th place so far. Another very amazing score.
Also in the 9s.
Yep.
All right. Coming up next, we have Dan Dan Dai from China.
And Chiho Saito from Japan. Dan Dan is also a vet in the sport. She competed in the second World Taiji Championships that happened in Warsaw.
I'm excited to see her perform now. All these athletes are showing such great performances.
Wow.
And if you notice, Alan, if you look at her sword handle, it's the same color as her silks.
I did notice that. It almost blends in.
Yeah, it's great to see athletes not only in their unique movements, but even with their own weapon, they really make it theirs.
Couldn't have said it any better, Kyle. Such great control on that balance. Oh, that was a very big change in pace.
She has great control, and you can see the power in her movement. When she hits that sword moves. It's definitely an extension of her arm, as it should be.
Yeah, and it snaps and makes that noise, right?
Yeah.
So dynamic. She goes from fast to slow.
And that is really the essence of Taiji here.
Wow, amazing.
Great performance from Dan Dan Dai of China.
.826.
Putting her in first place.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
All right, up next, we have Shiho Saito from Japan. Japan also a strong contender in Taiji, right, Alan?
That's right. And Shiho is also a vet in the sport too. She got second place in the Taolu World Cup in 2018. And she was also in the 14th World Wushu Championships.
leg balance. Once again, another athlete with that foot high above their head.
I could only wish to dream to do that someday.
You know what?
Wow.
Be like these athletes and keep training. You can.
I'll take you up on that. So graceful. So some of the stances that the judges are going to be looking for in Taijijian are the gongbu, the pupu, and the shibu.
And those are very common stances that you will definitely see a lot in these events. And they require a lot of leg strength to be able to hold those stances.
Yes, those are the bow stance, the crouching stance, and empty stance. And the unique thing about these optional forms is that they can choose them from either style. So sometimes you might see a higher shibu from Yang style, or you can see one that's a little bit lower from Chen style.
And if you're just joining us, you know, in this Taiji event, earlier Alan and I were discussing, you know, what are the different styles of Tai Chi here? And you will see athletes here sometimes combining Chen, Yang, Wu, Sun, and Hao. Some of the more common styles that we see are mostly Chen and Yang. Chen incorporating strong power movements with low stances, with Yang having higher stances and a bit slower movements. The Wu style having higher stance, movements coming through the center, the Sun style with unique footwork and circular movements, and the Hao style with an emphasis on internal chi and subtle outer movements. Beautiful finish.
Wow.
Once again, that was Shi Hao Saito from Japan, and we have Pei Sun Liu of Chinese Taipei on deck.
.746, very strong score. Placing her at 5th place.
All right, and since we have that score, now we have Pei Sun Liu of Chinese Taipei entering the carpet.
Very dramatic music.
That means it's in for a good performance.
Yes, we are. Our first Nandu. Jump front, jump outside. Hurdlers. Haitian also was in the U.S. for the World Games in Birmingham, Alabama, back in 2022. So it's nice to welcome her back to the U.S.
On the world stage here.
at the 16th World Wushu Championships. Wow, look at that leg control.
Great balance. Here we go. She held that.
Wow, she made that turn look so easy.
Nice smooth finish.
Yes.
Once again, that was Pei Sun Liu of Chinese Taipei.
Very well done. And our last competitor for this section is Saishen Sydney Chin from,
Malaysia.
yes, Malaysia. .703.
All right, our last competitor for women's Taijijian, Saishen Sydney Chin of Malaysia. Walking onto the carpet.
Yes. All the scores have been 9 so far, Kyle.
Let's see if she can keep up with that too. And I
Yes.
bet she will.
Well, you can bet a steak dinner on that. Okay, here we go. All right, first Nandu, stuck this.
very smooth with her sword.
That's for sure. I don't know about you, Kyle, but this song definitely has got me in the feels right now. You can see and feel her expressions.
And that's what these athletes really want, is they are expressing themselves in their own way.
That's right, they're telling their own story. Wow, truly amazing, so strong. Look at that pistol squat.
That requires a lot of leg strength. Here's some of those power moves, matching along to the music.
Wow, there's that drop stance all the way down.
Very low.
Wow.
Beautiful performance.
Yes. What a way to conclude this section.
All right, now we await for final score.
.776. She took the second place podium spot. We have Dun Dun Dai in first place with 9.826. Sai Xuan Sydney Chin just taking that second place at 9.776.
All right, so first place China, second place Malaysia, third place Singapore.
With Vera Yaning. That concludes our women's Taijijian. Hope you enjoyed it. If you're still tuned in, you might want to tune over to Field of Play 1 for men's Daoshu. They're still going strong.
Everyone's still going strong.
Zachary Latkin over there from the UK, tearing it up on the carpet.
Please do join that live feed. We've got our fellow commentators Mario and Chris over there. They will definitely walk you through the great action of men's Daoshu at the 16th World Wushu Championships. Thank you very much for joining us for today for women's Taijijian.
And women's Nandu earlier. You'll probably see us around tomorrow. We'll be here all weekend.
I will be. You will be?
Oh, yes, we will be.
We will be.
For the 16th World Wushu Championships here
In Fort Worth, Texas.
Yeehaw.
And that is down on blue. Case. King. Case. King. Case. King. And that is down on blue. Case. King. And that is down on blue. Case. King. Case. King. Case. King. Case. King. Case. King. Case. King. Is down. That is down first on blue. King. Case. King. That is off mat for blue and the end of the first round. And the winner for the first round is red. Red. Case. King. Case. King. And that is Case. Down on blue. King. And that is down on red. Case. King. Case. King. And that is down on blue. Case. King. Case. Down first on blue. Down first on blue. Down on red, and that is the end of the second round. blue, Bernardo Macedo Estevão from Portugal.
Lava. Pitch. Lava. Pitch. Lava.
And that is down first on blue.
Pitch. Pitch. Hold up. Pitch. Lava.
First down on blue.
Pitch. Lava.
Down first on blue.
Pitch. Pitch. Over. Pitch. Pitch. Lava.
That is down first on blue.
Pitch. Speed. Pitch. Lava.
That is down first on blue. And that is the conclusion of the first round. The winner of the first round is red.
Nandu. Red. Pitch. 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 Lava.
Down first on
Pitch.
blue.
Pitch.
first on blue.
Dish. Team. Dish. 红方。感觉有点被打懵了。不太能进攻。Dish. 蓝方。
Down first on blue.
Dish. Dish. 蓝方。
Down on blue, and that is the conclusion of the second round. And the winner of the second round is red. And the winner of this match, Alan Onofre for Mexico.
Test. We now test.
Sorry.
They already marched out. Yeah.
Yeah, ready.
Test.
Should I?
We now conclude session number 2 of the Hengyuan Xiang 16th World Wushu Championships. The award ceremony will soon begin. We have a few announcements for our sponsors. We would like to announce our sponsor, Feiyue Shoes. Feiyue Shoes were first introduced in the 1920s and found popularity amongst China's Shaolin monks and Kung Fu masters. With its extreme flexibility, traction, comfort, and new designs, Feiyue has become the popular shoe to wear for martial arts training and competition. We invite you to visit their booth in the main lobby on your right as you exit the arena. The next sponsor announcement is for Raising Cane's Chicken. When you're heading home after the championship, head on into Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers on South University. Cane's hand-battered chicken fingers and delicious secret sauce is the perfect way to feed your post-game appetite. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, one love. To try some now, visit their booth in the main lobby, also on your right as you exit the arena.
much rice, but right now I think I need to go to the Sprite. Exactly. The worst part is the 30's really backed up. 30's probably not that. It's always every day from Chase to field. Once you get past, once you pull it to 360, but that's when it's structure is big. A lot of times I'll zip out of that division. Like if it's like if you look at the map and it's all red, you know it's just sits there traffic. I'll zip over to 180, take it around, and then see where the traffic is. Cut back up to 9. I did that. Get lost in the hood. I just gotta be moving. It's like when I sit still, it's just like I'd rather take an extra 10 minutes on a back road. As long as I'm moving, I feel like I'm doing something. race finished, but that's okay. This is tomorrow. Who was 9 Nanguan Daoshu. It's going to be like 6 hours long. I could eat 20, so more than y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for Session 2 of the HYX 16th World Wushu Championships will begin in 1 moment. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the HYX 16th World Wushu Championships Men's Daoshu Victory Ceremony will begin in a moment. We would like to announce our sponsor, Feiyu Shoes. Feiyu Shoes were first introduced in the 1920s and found popularity amongst China's Shaolin monks and Kung Fu masters. With its extreme flexibility, traction, comfort, and new designs, Feiyu has become a popular shoe to wear for martial arts training and competition. We invite you to visit their booth in the main lobby on your right as you exit the arena.
To have detail for this. This was really good. Generally.
When you're heading home after the championship, head on in to Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers on South University. Cane's hand-battered chicken fingers and delicious secret sauce is the perfect way to feed your post-game appetite. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. One love. To try some now, visit their booth in the main lobby, also on your right as you exit the arena.
as I got older, that's my I'm sure he's been that'll help a little, but it's not going to fix it. She's Tai Chi, I think she's Wushu. He did say, I think that was Korea. Is that your name? Not bad at names.
No, he's here. That's what the camera No, they'll stay up. We were to the one of the two jib cams up there staying up. This one's up now. I'm probably going to explore that early. Alright guys, when we're done. Good. How are you? This one right here. Her camera and that camera. Put them in the case for the night. Oh, really? When you guys are done. Just taking the camera and putting them. You can leave everything. We're just taking the camera. So I'm going to leave this here with you. Go here with this card and I'll pull that or I'll ask you. Yeah, exactly. Where's the other camera? Over there? No, it's about down here. You have 2 down here and 1 up, right? So we struck 2 of the 3, match 2 and 3.
It was her. It was her. I was right. Wow. That's a really good place. I just need trained on your computer. I mean your system. They turn it on, and I just to follow the athlete.
Oh, yeah, we'll leave them stick. Leave them stick, leave everything.
Okay. I do. I volunteered. 720.
No, it's gonna be the big one camera. This big one's coming down. The only jib camera is going down.
26, 27.
Except for 2 jib cameras over that side.
I wear my volunteer shirt tomorrow, man.
I don't mind leaving.
8 a.m.
At least try to put this This one's his actual work here.
They want to? Is it WeChat group? Volunteer group? WhatsApp? WhatsApp, okay. Because so many notifications, you never know. I know, I saw you. I was way up there. I'm like, I see Jim. Is that Jim? Kakani!
But they gave it to the blue guy to do it.
Taijijian. I will watch for a message. If they don't message, then that's okay too. No problem.
It's still weird to that.
Okay.
I did that. I had that thing in my life where I had a
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the HYX 16th World Wushu Championships Men's Daoshu Victory Ceremony will now begin. Let's welcome the medalists to the podium with a warm round of applause. The medals will be presented by Mr. Yu Ru-Chi, IWF Honorary Vice President and founder of HYX. The mascots will be presented by Ms. Lu Shalin, USA WKF Vice President. We have a tie for second place. The silver medalist representing Singapore is Zhou Wen Si Wei Lin. The silver medalist representing Malaysia is Ting Su Wei Clement. The gold medalist, representing the People's Republic of China, is Liu Xiaohe. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem. Of the People's Republic of China. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Congratulations. Let's give another big round of applause for the medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the HYX 16th World Wushu Championships Women's Nandu Victory Ceremony will now begin. Let us welcome the medalists to the podium with a warm round of applause. The medals will be presented by Mr. Chen Zhongwei, Chairman and General Manager of HYX. The mascots will be presented by Mr. Marcus Alves, Secretary General of the Brazilian Wushu Confederation. The bronze medalist, representing the United States of America, is Lucy Roshi Lee. The silver medalist, representing Vietnam, is Vuong Nhi Dong Tran. And the gold medalist, representing the People's Republic of China, is Wu Jianning. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China. Please be seated. Congratulations, and let's give another big round of applause for the medalists. Wushu Championships Women's Taijijian Victory Ceremony will now begin. Let's welcome the medalists to the podium with a warm round of applause. The medals will be presented by Mr. Walt Missingham, IWF Vice President. The mascots will be presented by Mr. Lee Shudong, USA WKF Vice President. The bronze medalist representing Singapore is Vera Yan Ning Tan. The silver medalist representing Malaysia is Sai Xuan Sydney Chin. The gold medalist, representing the People's Republic of China, is Dai Dan Dan. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China. Please be seated. Congratulations. Let's give another big round of applause for the medalists. That concludes the victory ceremony. The upcoming competition events in session 3 will be held tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thanks for joining us.